Good morning. Good morning. Let me first start off by apologizing for my voice. I was at a convention last week and I did my share of yelling and screaming, and so that is my voice is back in another state. My name is Vince Puente, and I have the honor of being the chairman of the TAD Board of Directors. I call this meeting to order at 8:31 a.m. on the 22nd day of June. We have a quorum, and the posting of the meeting notice was timely. And if you would stand with me, I'm going to call on our board member, Callie Rigney, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiances.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, if you'll remain standing, I'd like to call on Rich Diott, another one of our board members, to lead us in the invocation.
Let's please bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this board, this larger board. And we're thankful for all the changes that we're seeing now, because while it is hard to keep up with all the moving parts, good things are going to result from it. I thank you for these board members, Lord, and I ask that you give them all patience and wisdom. Lord, we ask for your presence with us today and ask that you help us to speak and act in a manner worthy of your presence, because you are holy and good and you're very near to us. And we pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. All right. If you would also silence your phones. I just remembered to do that myself. And let me start by first addressing my fellow board members. This will be our first meeting in which we have 9 voting members interacting, which is pretty awesome. But for us to be efficient, please allow me to call on you before you speak or respond. I think we'll be more professional that way and not talk over each other. I will do my very best to call on the one that's next, but please give me grace if I miss you by some reason, okay? All right. I'll be calling individuals for public comment based on the order in which we received your request. This is a called meeting. In other words, it's not one of our scheduled published meetings. It's a special meeting. So we'll be limiting our comments to 3 minutes. We have quite a few speakers, so I'm going to ask that you really stick to the 3 minutes. And at the 3-minute mark, I will ask you to step down if you haven't already. So not to be rude or anything, but again, to just be efficient. Please only address those items that are on the agenda, and you must note what the agenda item is, or within the jurisdiction of this board of directors. What I mean by jurisdiction, for example, we've had public speakers come up and say they want a certain TAD staff member fired, okay? Well, this board only has the authority to fire and hire the chief appraiser. We don't have authority over the individual staff members. So that's what we mean by that. You may have a complaint, but think about whether or not it's something this board has jurisdiction over, and we want to stick to those items. Please be professional and courteous in your comments. When you approach the mic, please give us your name, the city in which you live, and the specific agenda item or topic you wish to speak about. So, with that, we have 13 speakers. Our first speaker is Leon Fisher. If you'll please approach. Thank you, Leon.
Good morning, everyone.
If you'll give us your city.
Yes. The city I live in is Plano, Texas. My name is Leon Fisher. I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Financial Officer of Crowley Independent School District. May I continue?
Which item do you want to address?
We would like to address the item that is known as Board Agenda Item 10C.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt you. Where is the timer I'm supposed to be looking at?
You can't see it, but he has it in front of him. There's a red and a yellow and a green light for you all.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me start it, and then you'll see the green.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board, I will be reading to you a message that has been penned by our board president, Darrell Davis, and our superintendent, Michael McFarland, with regard to agenda item 10C. As board president of Crowley ISD, which is a school district that is projected to grow by 1,266 students over the next 3 years, according to our most recent report from our well-respected demographer, I am concerned about the impact that moving to a property reappraisal once every 3 years will have on Crowley ISD. Crowley ISD voters approved over $1 billion in bonds in May of 2023 to allow the district and the Crowley community to effectively address current needs and future student growth. Reappraising properties once every 3 years will reduce Crowley ISD's capacity to issue the bonds already authorized by our community. While I understand there are provisions within the Texas tax code that may allow for the change to TAD's reappraisal process, I also know that section 23.01A states, except as otherwise provided in this chapter, all taxable property is appraised at its market value as of January 1. Some of the questions that I have include what has changed that has led to the board considering this change in the reappraisal process. TAD clearly has the ability and data to continue to appraise properties at their market value annually, so what is the benefit of the potential change? What other county appraisal districts use the reappraise once every 3 years process? Will this change in reappraisal process result in a pattern of 1 year of high growth followed by 2 years of little to no growth? Will this change result in sizable differences between local values from TAD and state values from the comptroller? State funding is based on the comptroller's values, and if local values are lower than the state's values, districts are negatively impacted. If TAG goes to the reappraisal process once every 3 years, while other neighboring counties do not, TAD school districts will be at a competitive disadvantage when it comes to the annual capacity to issue bonds, which is the only way the Texas ISDs can meaningfully impact their facilities and capital expenditures. Lastly, I spoke to a longtime chief appraiser from another county that said it would be a disservice to the taxing entities and taxpayers within our county to not appraise all taxable property at its market value annually. Sincerely, Darrell Davis and Michael McFarland.
Sir, would you mind, if you didn't mind, providing that letter to us?
Will do.
All right, thank
Will
you
do.
so much.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, as an item on the agenda, there may be comments that we want to engage the speaker on. Should we wait until the agenda item, or should we do it as they speak?
I think as they speak. Is there something you want to ask at this point?
I wonder if I can call him back later,
Okay,
if we could do that. Is that all right?
hang out with us, okay? All right. Next, Wendy Grams, I believe.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Grams, and I'm from Austin, Texas, and I'm here regarding agenda item 9A, right? No, 10A, 10A.
Could you speak just, or more into the mic, please?
Usually, they take the mic further away from me. I'll try. I'm here this morning on behalf of our CEO, Larry Zerbel, and the rest of the GSA team. We would like to thank Tarrant Appraisal District for considering GSA for your CAMA software needs. We are honored to be able to participate in the initiative. We were excited to see that GSA CAMA was the most complete solution, having scored the highest on your RFP evaluation, and all while offering the most economical option at more than $6 million less over a 5-year period than our closest viable competitor. We have enjoyed a 100% success rate with all of our client base, and GSA CAMA has been live in Texas for 2 complete appraisal cycles, but also in production in alternate states for 8 years. Additionally, Larry's prior CAMA software has been in use and successfully producing appraisal rolls at Harris County Appraisal District since 2003. In fact, we were fortunate to have been trusted with HCAD's current homestead and storm damage reporting app, and we would be pleased to offer that for Tarrant CAD if you chose to want that application. Regardless of whom you pick and execute a contract with, we hope that your CAMA implementation is successful. Being a former chief appraiser, I know how hard it is. It's hard for the people on the ground, and it's hard for the person in the big kahuna chair and all of the board members, and really success is the only option that you have. If there is anything that GSA can do for you in the future, we would like you to please not hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pause for just a moment. All right, sorry for that interruption. Mr. Ryan Ray.
Ryan Ray, Crowley-ish, Tarrant County, Texas, 76036. I sent an email on Friday, which hopefully you've had the opportunity to read, with my thoughts. I'm not the best public speaker in the world, but so I'm not going to go back over everything that I said, but just to well, one, introduce myself to those that you don't know. I'm again, Ryan Ray. I'm a property tax consultant and an attorney. I represent in Tarrant County about 14,000 accounts we filed on this year, about 10,000 property owners. I did want to say
I'm sorry,
first,
and
yes,
which item numbers are you addressing?
10C, D, and E
Okay, thank
are
you.
the ones of interest to me here today. This year, I did want to say again, was actually, we've finished earlier than ever, able to resolve, and from what I've seen, I was at the appraisal district on Friday. There was no one there. I mean, that's a rarity. Generally, at this time of year, it seems it would still be packed with people, and from what I've seen, the district has been very proactive in resolving accounts this year, and I think in a way that has not been the case in the last several years or any time that I've been working with Tarrant Appraisal District. And in the contrast to other counties around the state and appraisal districts around the state is immense. You've still got a significant number of protests open in many other North Texas appraisal districts. And quite frankly, it's a battle to get fair values in Collin and Dallas and other large appraisal districts around the state. This year, the appraisal district, I think, was very fair. But more to the point, I have concerns, which I've expressed about particularly a 3-year reappraisal plan. I've served on school board in the past, no longer a member, but the implications of the way that this would go, I think, are concerning. And I guess with the compression that was put in by, which I'm sure you're all aware, the compression of tax rates that was put in this last legislative session, I think the freeze next year is going to have no impact on the overall taxable value in the district or taxes paid in the district. All you're doing is reallocating taxes from neighborhoods that are decreasing in value, which I don't have the exact numbers, but not an insignificant portion of properties decreased in value this year. Those are going to have a higher tax rate than they would next year. That's all I have, sorry.
And I tell you what, since you gave us compliments, I'm gonna give you one more minute.
Okay, thanks.
So if we could try to give him one more minute, please.
Well, just to finish that thought, I mean, a freeze next year is going to, I mean, we've seen, what I saw looking at the data was reductions in value on 30 to 40% of residential properties across, major metropolitan areas in the state this year. A lot stayed flat, and then some increases. I think we're probably going to see the same trend next year, or we would see the same trend next year if we didn't have a tax freeze. But those individuals that would have a reduction in value are going to have a higher tax rate than they otherwise would and not see that reduction, whereas people in the faster growing neighborhoods are going to get the benefit of that. So you're really picking the winners and losers here by shifting the burden or shifting the tax burden from certain neighborhoods to other neighborhoods, and that's my big concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kate Bowman.
Hello, I'm Katie Bowman with the Birdville Independent School District. I live in Hurst, Texas, and I'm here to speak about 10C through E. And I will compliment the appraisal district if that'll get me one more minute. They are very wonderful to work with. You've got some great staff and just have worked with them for many, many years. Thank you very much.
And did you note your item numbers? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, 10C through E.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to read my statement so you can follow along. I appreciate the opportunity to provide information on the potential impact to school districts regarding the reappraisal plan and property caps currently being considered by the TAD Board. School district funding is unique compared to other governmental entities in the state of Texas. The calculations are impacted when there's a mismatch between the local appraisal rolls and the comptroller's property value study, or as we call it, the PVS. School districts are funded based on the number of days students attend school. They also receive funding based on any special services those students receive, such as special education, bilingual, CTE, etc. The state uses the current basic allotment of $6,160 per student, which was established in 2019 for the calculations. These factors generate the amount of funding a district is eligible to receive at the Tier 1 level. So once that funding is calculated, the state determines how much local tax funding a school district should receive by using the PVS. While locally determined appraisal rolls are used to levy and collect taxes, the property value study values are used throughout the calculations. In those local values, if those local values are found to be invalid under the PVS, state values will be assigned, which would be much higher than the actual values that determine a school district's actual tax collections. In a nutshell, school funding is based on actual student attendance and any special services required for those students calculated with the basic allotment. These factors determine the maximum funding a district is allowed to have to educate their students under Tier 1 funding. The comptroller's values determine how much the district should be collecting in taxes for that maximum funding. Any remaining funding permitted for a district is paid by the state at the Tier 1 level. If local appraised values are invalid, the state will determine the district should be collecting more taxes than legally allowed to collect because the local appraised values are lower. This could create significant loss of funding for the district. There are other calculations for school funding that also use these PVS values. The Birdville ISD M&O tax rate has dropped over the last several years based on tax value growth. With the proposed reappraisal plan, my understanding is that taxpayers with homestead caps will still see up to a 10% increase in their values based on the remaining cap. In fact, that would impact my home in Tarrant County as well. The Birdville ISD tax rate has dropped over 25 cents since 2019. Oops, I'm ready.
Finish reading.
Can I have one more? Okay, gonna finish. Okay, the Birdville ISD tax rate has dropped over 25 cents since 2019 due to the overall growth in the district. Flat property values would hurt homeowners with homestead caps since they would be the only ones with increased values. The district would likely not see enough value growth to continue the tax rate reduction based on current state formulas. Our district also has taxpayer-approved bond obligations that must be met. State aid for most Texas districts is limited to the hold harmless aid for the loss of taxable value due to the recent increases in the state's homestead exemption. Most school districts must levy an INS rate that is sufficient to meet nearly all of the annual debt service payment on outstanding bonded indebtedness. Stagnant property growth could mean that a higher INS rate is needed to meet annual debt service payments. I respectfully request that the TAD Board consider the impacts to local school districts when considering the new reappraisal plan and caps. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
And Ms. Bone, what was your position at Birdville?
I am the Associate Superintendent of Finance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Kim Alexandra, if I said that correctly.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak. I'm at White Settlement ISD. I'm the Director of Business at White Settlement ISD. I just was,
I'm going to ask you what city you live in.
I actually live in Mineral Wells, but I work for White Settlement. I'm here on behalf of them.
Okay, and on your form, you didn't cite a specific agenda item.
I did, yes, I did. 10C, frequency
10C, thank you.
of the appraisal property. My name is Kim Alexander. I just have a few quick points that I wanted to reiterate that they've already talked about this morning, is the frequency of the appraisals. Because of the impact that it does for school districts, the property value study is done every 2 years, and our funding is directly tied to, we get a certain lump sum, part of its tax value, part of its state value. So if the appraisal values and our taxes that we get in differ significantly outside of that range, then the taxes they're assuming we're getting, they only make up the difference. So if we're not pretty close, then that's lost money for the districts. So I wanted to at least request that you do it every 2 years in sync with the property study value that the state does to help us with that. If you don't, if you considered going to the 3-year, if we get out of sync, out of that compliance range, then actually that could cause more work for your appraisal district because they will require them to do a property study anyway. That's not planned in their evaluation. So just wanted to remind you that if we get out of sync because of the timing of our 3 years, then that is something that the state will make us redo anyway, which is more work for your appraisal district. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Morales, or Ms. Morales, I'm not sure which one. Mr. Morales.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chief Appraiser, my name is Osvaldo Morales. I'm from Allen, Texas. I'm the CEO of True Prodigy, and I'm speaking on Agenda 10A, the selection of a new CAMA software vendor. Telling you a little bit about our company. We're established in 2017. We're 100% cloud-based. We have 17 appraisal districts installed throughout the state. Metro districts such as Travis, Montgomery, and most recently Denton. Denton is to be installed here next month. Our product is based on cloud architecture. It's highly scalable. At Montgomery, for example, we have 520,000 parcels that we can recalculate, mass recalculate in 19 minutes. We feel this is one of the fastest, or if not the fastest, in the CAMA industry. We can bring that efficiency to this district, providing you great efficiency throughout your staff. At Travis, for example, we took a job that used to take 3 weeks. This is the mass comparable sales grids, where you can generate comparable sales for market and equity from 3 weeks to less than 3 hours with our system. We feel we are the best option for TAD due to our experience. We are based in North Texas, just Allen, just 40 minutes down the road. We can provide you the service you need at the moments you need it. We're focused on CAMA. We do one thing, and we do it well. You will not be a beta site with our software. The software will simplify the appraisal process for the district personnel and enhance the experience for the taxpayers of Tarrant County, as we've seen time and time again with our client base. We would love to have you as part of our family of clients. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Daniel Bennett.
I'm duly impressed by all the participation we have today. My name's Daniel Bennett. I do live in White Settlement. I'm doing public comments on just general comments, not any one particular agenda item. I'm sorry, what?
If you would go ahead and tell us what subject you're going to discuss.
Okay. Arlington ISD vote that they did in this body that was improper. Mr. Bobbitt, Pelican Bay, did a great job. Ms. Fuente, you said you were chair. I'd like to address that. And I'd like to give accolades to everybody that has brought us to this point where we are today.
I don't believe the Arlington ISD is an agenda item or an...
It's not. It's public comments, and they vote. They're a member of this governing
We're
body.
asking you to address an action that this board can take.
That you can take?
Yes, sir.
At what point in time, sir?
Now forward.
Well, yeah, the election's coming up. You'll be doing the election this fall, going
Well,
forward.
elections are fine. It's just you said something about the Arlington ISD.
Right. They're a voting member.
Okay, go ahead.
They are absolutely a voting member.
Thank you.
And they actually appointed somebody. So tell me when my time starts.
Now.
Thank you, sir. Back on November 2nd, they did a vote for the current board members. And now again, coming forward, we're going to be doing it again for the appointed members. Now, I want to remind Arlington ISD that they were in violation back in November because they actually voted on the third meeting when under section 6.03K-1.
So, sir, Mr.
So
Bennett, Mr.
they got to
Bennett.
remember that
Mr.
going into
Bennett.
this fall that they don't violate the rules. Yes, sir.
Mr. Bennett, you're addressing Arlington ISD and we're the Tarrant Appraisal District. So if you restrict your comments or you put your comments to what actions we can take. not
Making
what
sure,
the-
Mr. Bobbitt, make sure they follow the law. That's the action he takes, not you, sir.
That's great. So I'm asking, that's great.
So,
That's perfect.
Mr. Bobbitt attended Pelican Bay City Council meeting. It was great. I think you saw for the very first time the lack of attention that this appraisal district's been given to small entities. They were holding your cards up and waving them at you. So we actually have somebody now we can call. And the mayor said, we call and we never got any help. That is ubiquitous to the county. If you're not Arlington, Fort Worth, or the Commissioner's Court, you got no help. So thank you for that, Mr. Bobbitt. I want to remind Mr. Puente that you did say on May 11th that wasn't your plan to be chair, but you are chair, and you said you were chair today. But there was a letter of 30% of the mayors in Tarrant County that signed, asked for Mr. Lasada to be chair. Just want to remind you of that. I would like to also address a comment that was made at the last meeting that going forward, hopefully it won't be made again, something that can be done immediately. The term infamous was used with Mr. Dotson. Infamous, I thought, was an inappropriate word to use in describing Mr. Dotson. He's pretty much of a hero. But I would like to note all the people that got us to this point that got Mr. Lasada on the board, that got Mr. Diot on this board. And the list is long, including Katie Bowman, who's sitting here. Now, she's not on my list, but Katie's a good egg. But I would like to thank about 7 mayors, which I won't go through who they are. But going forward, they're voting members. They need to be engaged. And by the way, Mr. Lasada, I have gone to 30 different taxing entities. I've been running into Mr. Bobbitt constantly, trying to notify them that we need 2 or 3 applicants for your subcommittee to be ARB members. And I've done 30 so far. There's 41 total. And after tonight's Richland Hills, I'm going to be sending an email out to all the mayors notifying them that these applicants need to come to your subcommittee. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Wayne. Wayne. Starts with an L. L-U-I-A-S-H something.
I'm Wayne Wilshire. I live in Mansfield, Texas. I've been a member, I am a retired employee of the Appraisal District. And I'm going to speak on subject 10A. Let me get it right. 10C, D, and E. I would encourage every board member to get a copy of the Texas Property Tax Code. I want to read a little bit out of the tax code. Section 2301 says, with few exceptions, requires the appraisal district to appraise property at market value on January the 1st. And they do give you some leeway. You could do it every 3 years if you choose to, but I think that'd be a mistake. I have been politically motivated also. I served 31 years volunteer service in the political field in Mansfield, Texas. Also, I'm going to talk to you about the ratio studies. This is by section 5.10. They do a ratio study every 2 years. If it falls beyond a 95% ratio, that the school district get penalized on their funding. So if you use the 5% total increase, you're reducing 5%, so you're already at 95%. So if you miss one value up somewhere else, the school district is going to be penalized for that. And let me just tell you, if the schools don't get their funding, they can appeal that ratio study. And I've been privileged to be signed to do that 1 year. And I'm going to tell you, it's almost impossible to get one changed after the state gives you a ratio study less than 95%. So I encourage you to just be careful what you do, because the ratio studies will come back and bite the school districts who are suffering from money today, because they lost a lot when they changed the exemption from 40,000 to 100,000 for us good old people. So, but I appreciate what they did for us. The only thing I could say that would help us more as seniors, as if the county or the hospital district would freeze the hospital district tax. That would make us a lot better, because with the exception of the hospital tax, my values stay the same, my tax stays the same after I got 65. And by the way, that's 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Denise Linsky?
Good morning, Board. I'm Denise Linsky. I live in Arlington, Texas. I'm in the Mansfield ISD School District, and I'm just here as a single homeowner. And I do appreciate y'all coming to Arlington, but we would love for y'all to come down to Mansfield and have your meeting down there sometime. Consider that. I do want to say that I was very appreciative of our property taxes dropping last year, and hopefully it will stay the same for this year. Yes, and I'm discussing items 10A through E. That's what I signed up when I signed mine. And I just, as a single-family homeowner, we need help too. I drove up here from my home and drove through Pantego, and I noticed so many small businesses as well closing down. And they need help too. And I guess that's about all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to come to Mansfield. Let me know, the only reason we're even here is because in prior years, we've had the TAD board meetings at the TAD office during the protest season, and that was a mistake because of the lines and the size of the room. So we asked Tarrant County, we asked Arlington ISD during this time to allow us to meet other places. But it's an interesting thought to move the meeting around a little bit every now and then. So thank you for that. All right. Miss Siri.
You're not even trying to say my name.
I know, but I know you.
It's easier to just say Lily.
Luli, yeah, I can get away with Luli. But you don't write Luli down here, so it messes me up.
Only a few people can call me Luli Beans. You're among them, but not everybody. Hello. My name is Lucila Seri, and I'm going to be covering mostly agenda items C, D, and E. So yes, property owners, we need relief. This is craziness. Our property values are going up 10% every year. We go, we argue the property value, we show the evidence, and it's like nothing matters. Actually, yeah, I should include B as well. So we need to do something. Starting point is, hey, clearly there's problems in the ways that we are appraising. So if we have bad methods, what do? We stop doing what we're doing until we fix the methods. So a good way of doing so would be not appraising for the next appraisal plan for the next 2 years while we fine-tune our methods. So that would be an option. Then the law says that you can increase up to 10% for residential. Doesn't mean that you have to go to the full 10%. You could do a 0.001% increase and still qualifies in being up to 10%. Then, I do have a comment with you guys because I'm very happy I'm seeing a lot of improvements with this board compared to what last year was, or the year before, I lost track when Jeff Lowe was here. But I did see something happening that gave me a little of PTSD of the previous board. All of this reappraisal discussion until Friday was item 6C, meaning that this item was before the closed discussion. Now, this item is item 10, meaning that is after you guys go to closed session. And that used to be a practice of the old board. Let's put the conflictive items after the closed session because people get bored and they don't stay until you guys come out of closed session. So I'm going to request that somebody from the board does a motion to move this item up the agenda before item 8. That will solve the issue. That will allow us to address all of the items 10 before you guys go into closed session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luli. Pardon? Ethan, it looks like KLOS maybe? Again, please state your city and the items you're going to discuss.
Thank you, Board. My name is Ethan Close. I live in Fort Worth. I'm the treasurer for the City of Arlington. What I'd like to discuss are items 10C through E. As you've heard from my colleagues at the various school districts, this will impact them greatly. It will have less of a direct impact on the cities. But that's because it will fluctuate the no new tax rate and the voter approved tax rate. So the cities themselves will still base their budget based on the tax rates that we need. Whether or not you reappraise, what that does is not affect what the city's taxes overall are. It affects who pays those taxes. It just determines whether or not you're benefiting a corporation, whether you're benefiting a homestead owner, whether you're benefiting just a residential property owner. It will also confuse property owners when they're trying to sell their home. If they're trying to sell their home, the person buying the home is going to look at it and go, the appraisal district appraised it at this. And they're going to say, no, it's now actually valued at this. There needs to be some consistency based off of what they should be looking for. 10C also does not say anything about who you would be reappraising on a 3-year basis. Is it every type of property? Does that mean commercial and corporate properties are different? Does that mean BPP is different, even though those entities actually render their values directly to TAD? So there's a bunch of confusion out there when it comes to that. The other question, or the other point that I would like to make is if you freeze residential homes, but you're not freezing commercial, then all of a sudden your apartments, which are listed as commercial, will see that impact of a raised value and their portion of property taxes being higher. And they will increase their rent more dramatically than someone that's living in a house. So it will change the value of where do people rent? Do they rent in an apartment? Do they rent in a home? So you're making decisions based off of things that are not reality. And that's all we're trying to see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Who did he represent? I missed that. City of Arlington.
Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Board. My name is Matt Adams. I actually live in Weatherford, Texas, but I am the Assistant Superintendent and Chief Financial Officer at Appraisal ISD. I actually did not come to the meeting this morning with the intent to speak, but my colleagues kind of twisted my arm and convinced me, there's strength in numbers. So I am speaking on agenda item 10C, the reappraisal consideration. I'm not sure I can say anything that you haven't already heard from the other school districts that are here this morning, but we fall into that same category as for, regarding Appraisal ISD. We are considered a fast growth district, and our debt service is built on the current appraisal system. So going to a 3-year appraisal would force us to go back, and as you have heard, it could impact our bond capacity in the future. It could also impact the bond, the INS rate that we have currently set that our board has adopted. As you have heard, again, the board school district, we have an obligation to adopt an INS rate to meet our debt obligation. So by pushing the appraisal to every 3 years, really, again, all you're doing is kind of changing numbers from one area to another, because the board is still going to be forced to adopt an INS rate that will meet the bond capacity or meet our bond debt requirements. And we have built that based on what the projected future values are. So if we have to go back and do that, one thing that I have not heard this morning from districts that I would also ask you to take into consideration is we have a state law that we are required to meet a 50-cent test on our INS rate. And you have a lot of your larger districts that have already passed bonds and built bonds based on meeting that 50-cent test, that if we're now forced to potentially adopt an INS rate above 50 cents, would impact that requirement for the districts. It could also, again, impact the future ratings of a school district, which could inadvertently then cause higher interest rates on the money that taxpayers are approving for school districts to sell in the future. Then we're paying a higher rate. So the end result in that is a higher tax rate for the taxpayers within the district. So while I understand the concept behind considering it, I think there's a lot of other factors involved that need to be considered. Thank you for your time. Yes, sir.
I know you're with Appraisal ISD. And
Yes, sir.
so I'm particularly interested in your answering this question. I know these concerns and balance of all the concerns that I'm personally looking at here for the taxpayer and for TAD trying to go through basically a renovation right now. I believe that next year the rates, the values are going to be essentially flat. At least for next year. That would mean it really doesn't matter if we reappraise or not to those concerns that you're talking about. Does that alleviate some of your concern?
It could potentially, yes, sir. I guess some of the unknown factors on our side are still, are we consider when the board says they're considering reappraisals every 3 years, are you taking into account new construction? In that, would we still see the value increase of new construction in the district versus just reappraising the existing values? That could definitely be a factor, yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think we'll address the new construction
Thank you.
in discussion later.
Wendy.
Since we're asking questions,
And if y'all would catch my attention to speak, I'd appreciate it.
Before you leave, does your school district regularly, do you annually meet to receive bond ratings from the bond rating agencies?
We currently do, yes, ma'am, because of our frequency of looking at bond elections and maintaining that rate. We're contacted annually by the rating agencies to maintain those ratings.
Okay, it was
Yes,
my
ma'am.
history with the municipality that we did it annually, but I just wanted to verify that your school district did that as well. So if we did that on a 3-year annual basis, it could be to your detriment on your annual bond ratings in the year's interim.
Yes, ma'am, I would think so. I don't want to speak for all school districts, but I know for fast growth districts that are constantly looking at selling bonds, yes, that would be an issue.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Chandler Crouch. Mr. Chandler Crouch. I have a problem with this button. I either turn on or off at the wrong time, but hopefully my teammate over here is helping me out.
Got a few documents I'd love to hand down. Who should I?
Give them to Julie, please.
Board, this is an exciting day.
Hold on just a moment.
Oh,
all right?
sure.
if you'll say your name and where you're from, then we'll start.
Sure. Name is Chandler Crouch. I live in Fort Worth. I'm speaking on agenda items 10 B through E, I think. Various items under 10.
Let's wait for Julie to get back to her desk.
You got it. Thank you.
Well, you can go.
Should I go? Oh, I'm paused. Nope, I'm going. I'm going. All right, here we go. First thing I want to do is just welcome the new board members. It's an exciting time. This is a historic meeting no matter what happens. We've got the first time taxpayer representatives are on the board, and y'all have come out swinging. You made a lot of campaign promises. They're already on the agenda, and I think that it's a really refreshing thing to see. I know there was reference to some previous board meetings before the climate changed around here, and there was, we were playing games with the agenda and what was happening here. Now it's like we're going directly at problems that affect homeowners, and so I commend you for that, and I'm really excited for the conversation. One thing that concerns me a little bit is just how fast these decisions are going to be made and how the conversation is going to be made. We're already pointed out the order of the agenda items and where executive session is, and you can hear we've got a lot of participation from a lot of different people. I'm really curious what kind of homework has been done to flesh some of these things out. I thought quite a bit about these topics, namely the reappraising every 3 years or capping values at 5%. Quite frankly, I'm impressed that you figured out a potential legal path to get that done, or else it obviously wouldn't be on the agenda. I had a hard time seeing that from the beginning, but I think that the conversation would number one, it would benefit everybody if the conversation could be done out in the open. Number two, we have a lot of people with a lot of experience in other entities, or other outside of Tarrant County, that have seen districts that reappraise less often. It's not a very common thing, and even at that, there are different gradations of reappraising. You've got it's not going to be frozen because you've got houses burned down, people add on houses, install swimming pools. So there's different things that happen, different segments of the properties will be reappraised, and just looking at how some of these concerns actually flesh out when these policies are implemented, I think is great. Tax consultants have experience in other counties, and they have a knowledge of the tax code that is deep. One thing that I mentioned, or that I just had handed out as a concern, that talks about the loss of funding if you were to move to every 3 years. I don't have time to go over this. I'd love to answer questions. I'm a tax consultant. I'm a real estate broker. I've protested for without handing a bill out to anybody for my services because homeowners need help. We need to do something. I commend you for taking this on. I don't know that these are the right decisions. I think that every 3 years is dangerous. Every 2 years is a lot safer. I wish I could add some more comments into this, but I've got 5 seconds. I think the 20% recapture, the 20% circuit breaker that's affecting non-homestead properties, and how that affects recapture is going to play a role. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Does
you.
anybody have any questions, though? No? Okay, thank you.
I didn't hear any compliments of the board.
Yeah, well. Actually, he did, but.
Only the new board member says them all.
All right, Mr. George Dotson.
I'm George Dodson, Colleyville, and come before you this morning. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come speak again. I come before you today to discuss some of my experiences in observing the TAD board for nearly almost every meeting for about 5 years. My initial comments are focused on the beginning and operations of Augmentum appraisal software at TAD. From the beginning, in the 2014 to 16 area, there was a complete failure. The past chief appraiser oversaw a failed conversion to Augmentum, and the system never functioned efficiently. In its first production year, hundreds of properties, maybe thousands, were lost, ending up with lost tax income for Tarrant County taxing entities because there was no duplicate running with the old system. From that time forward, the software required people intervention to provide the required tax information to the tax assessor, collector, and to property owners. In addition, many website failures have occurred, with those in last year's being the worst. I started coming to the PAD board meetings as a Colleyville City Council member to see if I could possibly offer my services to help provide assistance in the IT area. The past chief appraiser only called me once, but never to ask for assistance. Let me say that I've been so pleased that Joe Don Bobbitt has invited me multiple times to discuss computer operations, and I thank the board members for adding me to the Board IT Committee. I look forward to continuing to help in any way I can add my long experience in the IT field. I want to make sure the board members and public understand the significant efforts that will be required to make a conversion from the all-mounted system to a new updated system that will significantly reduce the people interactions, and it should provide better fairness in appraisals. It is critical that the conversion effort be done thoroughly and that a duplicate running be done to ensure no properties are lost and that the new system is functioning without errors. The necessity of the appraisal system to directly interact with the TAB website as well as to integrate with the Tarrant Appraisal Review Board operations is critical. It's also critical that the board select an appraisal system vendor that's a proven track record in Tarrant County, Texas counties. My strong recommendation is the board select True Prodigy. This system is working well in Travis County as many other smaller counties. I believe this system will require much less modifications than other systems and is critical to have enough testing to be sure of an accurate turnover. I'm very pleased at the board's activity and Mr. Bobbitt's support.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
And last but not least, Ms. Jessica Mang.
Thank you. I'll give you all a compliment right now. You'll look very professional. My name is Jessica Mang. I'm from Forest Hill. We have a home in Rosecrest. I'm here representing Rosecrest Estates Homeowners Group. Unlike the ISDs, we don't have a paid employee to plead our case.
Which agenda
I'm going to be
item?
talking on 10 C, D, let's see, all of them, 10 B, C, D, and E. Anyway, we don't have a paid employee. We live in a low-income, high-taxed city. We are a food desert, and we struggle to attract new business. Because our appraisals went up, so did our homeowners insurance. We would like some way of getting true appraisals instead of just however they're figured out right now. There are, in the ISDs, they want more money, more money, more money, and I've seen many of them here today. We actually don't have any paid people to bring in to represent actual citizens and homeowners. And if you keep raising the appraisals and that raises our taxes, it also raises our insurance, it raises everything. And at some point, we will not be able to live in our homes or keep them. And I just want to tell you, the most important reasons why we must eliminate property tax is because private property ownership is central to a free society. Because property taxed is not owned at all. Because no tax should have the power to leave us homeless. And as a fixed income retiree, I know that if my husband dies, I will be homeless because I won't be able to pay the taxes. So did our founders pledge their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to secure their rights to roads, schools, and public services? No. Do you know that they didn't? You know that they didn't. And it is in our interest and to bring down taxes, and it is imperative that we cap taxes as quickly as possible. We try and get the fairest taxation as possible, and I have more to say, but actually I'm losing my place. Property must be secured or liberty cannot exist. That was John Adams. Now what liberty can there be where property is taken away without consent? That was Sam Adams in The Rights of the Colonists. That's why we have to reduce taxes. If we don't, we will lose taxes. And with everybody moving here from every other state and paying cash for their homes, our properties values are skyrocketing. They're going to get to the point where you can't. I come from California. In California, they had Prop 13 that kept the property taxes at a minimum, where because the values went up to $1 million for a home. That's what you're finding here, and you need to address it. Thanks.
Mr. Puente, can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a comment.
Turn your mic on. Okay.
Am I not, can you hear me out there? Okay, I've never been accused of being quiet. Relating to school districts and for that matter municipalities, over my 9-year, 10-year career relative to the Appraisal Review Board and now the TAD Board, I've heard it, comments over and over and over again that we've not raised taxes in 10 years, 20 years. That is disingenuous. Those entities don't have to do that if the appraised values keep going up. So to hear those kind of comments or see them in writing troubles me, because I believe those entities are trying to shift that onto this board. I have a problem with that. To say that you haven't raised taxes is not true at all. Because if your house is appraised at $100,000 one year, $120,000 the next year, or whatever, you're going to get a tax increase based on the appraised value, unless these entities lower their tax rates. So there's a huge distinction between the two, and I just wanted to get that clear before we go into discussion of these items 10B, C, D, and E.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Gary. And excuse me, ma'am. We're going to go on to item 6.
Chairman,
Chief Appraiser.
may I make a comment? I pressed my little.
Okay, so if it's comments on these items, we're going to have time to have those comments then as well.
Well,
So
it's
let's
kind of
go-
in
let's-
response to what some people were saying.
Go ahead.
Just very quick. As an elected official, I feel that it's my responsibility to represent the taxpayers of Tarrant County, not the taxing entities. I understand that the school districts are having to do more with less, but so are our taxpayers. Taxing people out of their homes needs to stop.
Thank you.
That's just my response.
Chief Appraiser Joe Don, we got a report from you, please.
Yes, sir. So what this is basically I wanted to discuss our appraisal roll certification. And so mainly this is a chance for me to brag on my staff that in spite of a ransomware event and everything else that the district has gone through in the last year, our wait time right now is about 15 minutes for people to come in and see us and protest their property values. We were able to we qualified last Friday evening. So we were able to certify as of last Friday. We'll certify on the 25th or before, probably on the 25th. But just the fact that we're able to certify it all and not having to do a certified estimate, I am super excited, and we couldn't have done it without the staff. We gave them a little bit of guidance, and they ran with it. They revamped the entire front process, the front counter, and we're able to get people through in a much more efficient process. They're really adopted to be the kinder, friendlier TAD going forward. And so I'm really proud of the staff for everything they've done.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Item 7A. Yes, sir, Gary.
I'm sorry, I'd still like to speak to his report because I have a question. Is this document that's included in the packet like a certification roll?
No, sir. It's just a certification status that we use internally just to see where we are in the process. Really, Tarrant County as a whole is all we really have to look at. We have to be at 95% for Tarrant County. So as long as we're below 5% under protest, then we're eligible to certify. We print all the entities. Well, I think we forgot TCC on this report, but we have all the entities on there, so that way we can see if there's any large issues or ones that haven't come through the process yet.
Yeah, that's where my question was going on Tarrant County College. I didn't see that on here, and I didn't see John Peter Smith on here, and those total up and tally up to a lot of millions.
Yes, sir. They'll still be the properties will still be included in the Tarrant County total count. And so it's all in there, and we're only at 3.59% still under protest.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Question, John Peter Smith, that falls under Tarrant County, does it not? Or do we appraise them separately?
Well, each entity is appraised separately, but as we still, all those properties are still included under the Tarrant County portion.
We're going to action item 7A, action regarding potential amendment to the print management service agreement with Xerox to include an updated lease for new printer copier equipment. Joe Don?
This is revising our current Xerox contract. We still had some time remaining on it. What this will do, it ends, I guess, February 2025. A lot of our existing printers are out of date. They're not really being managed under the contract, so this would roll everything under the Xerox service. And it's actually a savings for the district.
Brian is over this project, right?
Yes, sir.
Brian, could you come up? I've got a couple of questions. Brian is our Director of IT at TAD. Brian, first question I've got is, are you 100% happy with the service support you've been receiving to date?
No, sir.
Could you expound on that?
We've had some challenges getting inventory, getting stock in. A lot of the printers that we have, and we have, I think, over 60 around the building, we've had challenges getting toner, getting equipment, getting sometimes the maintenance turnaround on that can be a couple of days.
So then my next question is, have you looked for alternate bids with other vendors?
We have started that process, so we're not quite finished with that yet.
But you're asking for an action for us to move on the Xerox print management contract, but you've not completed the bid process.
Sir, the existing contract, there is some flexibility with us renegotiating and being able to move forward as far as taking the existing equipment, consolidating it down, and then providing a level of service that is improved over where we are today.
I'm going to suggest you go through the full process of a new RFP. There are many vendors out there in this field, and I happen to be an expert on it. And I know that if a client, if they're not giving you the proper support now, if you're not getting your supplies, your parts, your servicing quickly, if they can't do that for the existing equipment, that's not a good reflection on who they are. Any vendor should give you 100%, as long as they're willing to put it under contract. They should be giving you 100% excellent service all the time. The other thing I noticed in the backup information is that it looks like you're including prints, a certain number of prints, and then overages. I'm going to strongly recommend, and every vendor out there will do this, only pay for prints you actually make. Do not have included prints. The other thing I'm going to go ahead and bring up, and I brought this up in other meetings, if we have the cash available, and we do, is to buy the products outright. Leasing, if you take the lease payments times the number of months, is going to be more money than if you bought it cash. There is no benefit to leasing in this case if you got the cash handy. So I'm going to make that strong recommendation. And again, I would make a strong recommendation that you go to a full RFP and see what your other choices are, vet those vendors, see who can give the best possible service, because we're going to be the best TAD possible and no excuses on print devices.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody else have a comment? Gary.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lipka, I looked at the financial considerations, and I'm a little bit confused. The current monthly expenses are $3,281.76. The new program cost would be $2870.75, and I'm assuming that's with the new vendor or the same vendor or whatever. And it says annual savings of $410.91. Well, I guess the way I look at it is, and maybe I missed something, so please correct me if I read this incorrectly. Those numbers are quite a bit apart. So I took the difference between 41101 and I multiplied it times 12, if these in fact are monthly, and the savings is actually $4,932.12. Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate, yes, sir.
Okay, well, it's not represented like that here, and I have a problem with that. I'll defer to Ms. Payne because I know she had a question, but before I do that, I will make a motion to the table.
Could we finish the discussion first?
Okay?
If it's all right with you.
I don't think that's the right order since I put it on the table.
Okay. We got a motion to table. We have a second. All those in favor of tabling, say aye. All right. Discuss, I'm sorry. Thank you. Alan.
Now discuss, yeah.
Brian, could you elaborate a little bit on why we've had such challenges with toner and other issues for these printers with the service agreement? Is there particular causes there? What's driving that?
We have, right now we're supporting, I think, 20 different models of 20 plus different models of printers. Just getting the inventory and keeping the inventory, especially given that our season ebbs and flows. Most of the vendors, I think, have a kind of an automated process that reaches into our system, evaluates where we are, and then orders accordingly. During our busy season, we blow that off of the charts, and usually we'll ask for additional inventory, additional services to be at the ready and be available for us to support through the season. We've had challenges building that inventory to support us through the season. We've had outages of printers, outages with printer maintenance. Some of the equipment that we have is greater than 5 to 10 years old, and it's beyond end of life.
Okay, thank you for that. That's what I was wanting to hear.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Rich.
Mr. Lipka, is there any reason we shouldn't give this a little time, as Chairman Puente suggested, getting full RFP out there on the street for this?
Short answer is no, sir. There is some convenience in providing a better experience for the staff and for the taxpayers in moving forward with the kind of a revamp of the existing. However, I think it's a reasonable request. We can evaluate other options.
Okay, so our next meeting is 3 weeks essentially from now, and that's not too big of a gap. It's not going to create any big holes for anything. Sounds like.
At this point, we'll work towards that. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Any other comments on this subject? Yes, Wendy.
Just have a question. Will the daily work be impacted by pushing this out? Will you be able to make the sufficient copies or work product necessary in this delay and the subsequent delay through the RFP process?
So we have managed to survive the busy season for the staff, and through certification, our usage should ramp down. So extending should be supportable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
So we have and I need a little help here. We have a tabled motion, we have a second, we vote on it, so it's tabled, correct?
No, we have to vote.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
you
those in
had a
favor?
motion and a second, then you just finished discussion, so now it's time to
Thank
take
you.
a vote.
I knew there was something out of order there.
Yeah.
All those in favor of tabling the subject, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's tabled. All right. Action item 7B, action regarding permission for chief appraiser to enter into an interlocal agreement with Tarrant County and Tarrant County 911 District for aerial imagery project. Joe Don, if you'll address this issue.
Yes, sir. Historically, we have been the contract holder, so we have entered into a contract in the past with Pictometry or Eagle View for aerial imagery in the county. Before, the county and 911 district would piggyback on our contract. Due to the amount of coverage, I think 911 wants to go outside the county area, and so we're looking at having, since we're no longer the biggest portion of the budget of that cost. So what we're looking at doing is enter into agreement with the county and 911. The county would actually do the purchasing process. I think 911 would take over the biggest portion of the payment since they have the larger square mileage that would be covered. And so this would be something we would have to do in either way. And so this just allows us to save a little money by partnering with two other entities that need the same service.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions about this. So I use aerial imagery in my work a lot, and right now on Tarrant County's public map viewer, which is, I believe, the photography that we're looking, it is better and more recent than even Google Maps at times. This is planimetric and obliques both. You said 911, and they have service areas outside of Tarrant County, so they're kind of the bigger user of that. Haven't we always partnered with them?
Yes, sir, but in the past, we've been the one holding the contract, and they would pay a portion of our budget or our cost.
And so now that's going to flip around?
Yes, sir. Now it's going to flip, and instead of us receiving funds from them, we'll pay them for our portion of the contract.
And the cost is essentially the same to us?
I believe it's actually a savings.
That was going to be my question. I didn't see that in there.
Do you know, Brad, if there was a saving, how much?
Well, we don't have a cost yet, but currently the division is 56% is covered by the 911 and 44% by us. The proposal in this new interlocal agreement would be 50% for 911, 25% for the county, and 25% for us. So overall, it would be a cost savings.
So that's what you lead with this board, I think.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a pretty good savings with it, too.
Yes, sir, and they're going out for RFP right now, and so we'll get this in place, and then we'll actually have the actual cost when it comes back.
Very good, thank you.
So as I understand it, you're asking to go into an agreement for them to go forward. This is not an actual agreement signing the bottom line as far as dollars.
No, sir, this is just an agreement for us to partner together, but it's not an agreement on the contract itself yet.
So if they came back with a contract we didn't feel comfortable with, we have an option?
I believe we would still have an option.
Roy?
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the chief appraiser to enter into an interlocal agreement in Tarrant County and Tarrant County 911 district for an aerial imagery project.
I'll second.
Rich seconds. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion moves. All right, we are now at item 8. We will now recess an executive session, closed session pursuant to the following parts of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code, Chapter 551, for the following purpose: consultation with attorney on legal aspects of contracts or deliberation on a matter in which the Board of Directors seeks advice in its attorney. Also, Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices, security software, or security audits. Thank you. It's 9:47, and we're now going to go into executive session as soon as we find it.
too much. Wish that I could somehow keep my mouth shut. But you and I, fair enough. Love and war, why don't we just break up? This is who we are. We're just pieces of a broken heart. A million tries, no goodbye. Whoa, yeah. Here we are, face to face. I know that this feeling just won't go away. Broken bones, broken hearts. How we stay together is to fall apart. This is who we are. We're just pieces of a broken heart. A million tries, no goodbye. Whoa, yeah. Fight like animals, like animals.
turn my chairs up also, Lisa.
So they could see you.
Make me look taller than everyone else. Gives me a little ego boost.
Guess what? Also makes you a bigger target.
Well, I guess that's true. I suppose
That's
so.
why you see me sitting back.
Oh, really? Is that really how it works?
No. Did you hear Gloria say this is all bulletproof?
Yeah, she said that. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, yeah.
We're going to return from open session for possible action on items deliberated on in executive closed session. You got to excuse my voice. It even got worse after all the arguing we did in there. We didn't do any arguing. We are reconvening in the open session for possible further discussion and possible action on items deliberated in executive session related to legal aspects of contracts or security devices, software, or audits. And let me first start off by thanking the audience for staying. I know that was a long break. It was a long break for us. And I do appreciate y'all's participation and y'all hanging in here with us. I really do that. So the first item is item 10A, discussion on possible action on vote to authorize the chief appraiser to negotiate and enter a contract with a CAMA vendor. Joe Dunn, I'd like to hear from you, but I'm also going to ask for comments from the Committee Chairman Alan Blaylock on this item. But before you even start that, if your first item would be, is to explain to the public in simple layman's terms what CAMA is and what CAMA stands for and what its basic functions are.
CAMA is a computer-assisted mass appraisal system. So essentially, it is, you can think of it as a very, very glorified Excel spreadsheet. It keeps track of all the properties in the entire roll for Tarrant County. It keeps track of all the physical features and conditions of those properties, the land, the acreage amount, any kind of attributes that you can associate with a real estate property or minerals, personal property, and allows us to apply methods and schedules to those properties to determine a value consistently and equally and uniformly across the county. So it's a way to hopefully get to a unified or uniform value that's use path compliant.
Do you have any other comments on this subject?
As far as our selection process, or
yes.
Okay. Earlier, I was asked to basically go through explain to the public our process for going through the CAMA selection. It actually originally started over a year ago. Brian Lipka was hired originally to come in and evaluate different CAMA systems. He's been since promoted to IT director. I think he originally looked at 11 different vendors that operate in the state. We also looked at the Weaver report. There's a report that showed when we brought in Aumentum, basically the failures that the district kind of faced or implemented. And so we wanted to try to reduce the likelihood of repeating the past. And so we looked at that, basically made a checklist of things that we needed to do and things that we didn't need to do. We also reached out to a lot of different vendors, had initial conversations with them. We looked at several different RFPs from other counties, looked at kind of issues that they were looking into. The RFP that we ended up releasing had over 1,042 criteria and questions in it. And so it was a very thorough document that the vendors, I'm grateful that they did reply to us, but it was a very time-intensive RFP for the vendors. And so we were able to go through and grade those based on capabilities that we were looking for, the staff was looking for, and also basically comments that the board has made in the past. And so we're looking to address some of these issues. And so with that being said, do you want me to go into our scoring or just my recommendation? Or do you want Alan to?
Alan's going to
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start by saying this has been a long process. I really want to thank Joe Don and his team for the extreme level of due diligence they've done to date. They have done a tremendous amount of work over time to get us to the point where we are today. I want to thank my fellow council members, Mr. Matt Bryant and Gary Lasada, along with ex officio member George Dotson that went and reviewed the proposals along with us. Their work has been invaluable. So as we reviewed all the vendors, it became clear that there were a few that really stood above and would be potentially best fits for us here at Tarrant Appraisal District. And so what I will do to facilitate discussion is go ahead and make a motion to allow our chief appraiser to negotiate with the top 3 respondents, which are True Prodigy, GSA, and ESRI, and to negotiate contract with them with the intent of the board getting a final contract approval in the coming weeks.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
A second, Gloria. Discussion. Yes, sir, Gary.
I have a question to Mr. Bobbitt. Could you give us all a rough idea how much the current Momentum system has been running per year to keep it in the condition that it's in?
We pay $300,000 a year to the vendor for maintenance. But we did some quick calculations the other day, and I think it's roughly $1.5 million when we total up all the staff time just to keep the system up and running that is doing functions that the system should do itself.
And that's been happening for
At least 10 years? Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to express one concern is that in our review of the proposals, I was quite taken back with the distance in pricing. And so one of the things I conveyed is we've got to get whatever we select has to be in the market value of what it's going for. We want the best, we want the most efficient, and at the same time, it has to be cost efficient as well. So it's just a comment I have to make.
Mr. Chairman? I wonder if the chief appraiser can kind of give us on those 3 particular vendors, kind of what numbers they were looking at.
As far as the costs?
Yes.
For True Prodigy, we're going to do this as a 5-year overall cost. But the number we came up with was $14,710,000 over a 5-year period. For GSA, we're at $8,550,000, and for ESRI, we're at $7,750,000.
Thank you for that.
So, I got some inputs and maybe a couple of items to add, as you continue and move forward with the negotiations. For the public, the senior staff presented the offerings of 8 to 10 software companies, and as a result, the committee narrowed it to the 3 we just listed. One column I want senior staff to add would be the likelihood that each option will be sold to a private equity or another software company that is using private equity. 2 of the finalists are currently led by owners who are on what I call their second iteration. They previously developed and sold a CAMA software company. If we choose one of the 2, how will we manage the likely disruption associated with new ownership? Trust me, if they've been down the aisle once before, they're for sale, and they'll do it again. Not if, but when. So, a column kind of detailing, the data you and Grady and team put together was fantastic. But this is one column I'd like to have added and have your ratings. And then the other column, I would like a more thorough description of the board of directors for each of these 3 companies. I recall one of the offerings, I believe it was ESRI, presented a broad board which included a research university background. And it's my experience that high-tech collaboration with university research often leads to more compelling solutions. So, there is some sticker shock about the amount that one of the companies has quoted. Please do a deep dive on the pricing. At the end of the day, we may need to choose the most economical offering. We want to restore the public's trust, and making a wise decision on this purchase should go a long way with the taxpayers.
Thank you, Matt. Anything else? All right, we got
I'm sorry. I would just reinforce what Mr. Bryant said, because Aumentum itself, I think, is in the fourth or fifth hands that it's been in since we purchased it. And I'm pretty sure that means we're not getting a product that anybody is really that interested in supporting, and I think that's shown over the years.
All right, I have a motion and a second. We're ready for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion moves. All right. The next several items to be discussed. Whoops. The next several items to be discussed may have significant policy changes, but I want to assure the public in our entities that this board has gone to full discussion on them as best we can, with backup information, with study, with a lot of several board members doing a great deal of work on this, and I want to show that appreciation. The next items, 4 items, have been brought to us specifically by Matt and by Callie, and I want to thank y'all for doing that. This previous board has had our hands full with cyber attacks and changing leadership and changing the board out, et cetera. And so this is very refreshing. We really appreciate the work y'all put into it. I know others have put into it as well. I know our attorney has put work into it and Joe Don's put work into it. So this is great stuff, and we'll go forward from here. So item 10B, let me take a drink. Discuss and take possible action to direct the chief appraiser to consider a property's previous property appraisals, settlements, and reductions in value when subsequently appraising the same property's property value. Hopefully I read that right. And Matt, I'm sorry, I meant to call on you first, but why don't you go ahead and make your statement.
So before discussing and acting upon the next 4 agenda items, I want to provide a brief introduction as to why we called today's special meeting. But first of all, I want to say thank you to Arlington ISD and Ms. Pena for lining up this great venue. That's really appreciated. On May 4th, Tarrant County concluded a historic election, and the result is that the voters believed in our platforms and trusted the 3 of us elected board members will implement the change that they have mandated with the election. All who ran for these 3 seats, every contestant, ran on a platform that TAD needs reform. Now, don't get me wrong, this board and senior staff have made great improvements, especially with respect to customer service, and you've been through a lot with the firmware. But the reforms mandated by the voter, they start today. Every appraisal district is required to maintain a reappraisal plan. This is the governing document of the district. By state law, any changes in this plan have to be in place by September 15th. So we're bumping up against it. Thus, we're thankful that Chairman Puente obliged when we asked for a special meeting. Today, we plan to give specific guidance to the chief appraiser and direct certain changes to the reappraisal plan. This way, Chief Appraiser Bobbitt and his team can build out the plan and submit it to the board for approval during our scheduled August meeting. The 4 agenda items we're about to discuss and vote on represent change that the voters and taxpayers overwhelmingly endorse. The adoption of these changes will lead to appraisals that are more accurate, fair, and timely, with fewer unnecessary administrative burdens. Again, we want TAD to work for the taxpayers we serve, to work for the local governments, and to uphold our duties as required by law. These proposed changes will do that. So first motion is 10B. I move to direct the chief appraiser to prepare a reappraisal plan that beginning in the tax year 2025, the chief appraiser consider the most recent appraisal of residential properties prepared by the appraisal district, along with any settlements and reductions in that value, the appraisal of the property in the next year, and the property is reappraised by the district.
I'll second.
So in 2011, TAD had 70,000 protests. This year, TAD has 250,000 protests. This is getting out of hand. But there's something mind-boggling. It's incomprehensible that when the taxpayer makes the effort to protest and comes to an agreement, either through the ARB, counter settlement, online settlement, arbitration, and then the next year, the appraisal district is the habit of sending out the exact same increase again. This is a broken system. The reductions achieved and agreed upon from previous year must be factored in for the subsequent year values.
All right, any other comments? Discussion? You okay? All right, we got a motion, we got a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. Item 10C. You gotta tell me to turn that on.
You know, put it next to me and I'll turn it.
Yeah. Item 10C, discuss and take possible action to direct the chief appraiser on the frequency of appraising properties within the parameters allowed by state law. Do I have any motion?
Well, I'll just make a comment before I make a motion. Just, again, judging by the support at the ballot box and emails received, the people have let us know their desires for the future of the Tarrant Appraisal District. So I'll motion for item 10C. I move to direct the chief appraiser to prepare a reappraisal plan that requires him and his designees employed by the appraisal district to only appraise residentially coded properties every 3 years within the parameters allowed by state law.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. We have discussion. I'll make a discussion item. I did express that I think it's a great move. Based on the pros and cons, I am personally uncomfortable with 3 years. I prefer 2 years at this time. Then it can always change to 3 years at a later date. I think for those in lower income areas, if their value goes down, then they're going to suffer higher taxes for the next 3 years, where they may have an adjustment in 2 years or some other time frame. If I understood correctly, 40% of the properties in Tarrant County are likely to go down in value, which is our lower income areas. You know, as I said in the meeting, I can be mad about my property taxes, but I can't afford to pay them. Those in that lower income area, they're not only mad, they can't afford to pay them. They're the ones that were saying that they're having to rent their homes rather than own their homes. And so there is a pro and a con to this, and that's all I'm really pointing out. I think the concept's a great concept. Going 3 years the first time around, I think, is a long time. And those in the lower income area are the ones that are likely to suffer for this. Or maybe not suffer. If values don't go down, then they don't suffer a bit. So that's a consideration. I would prefer 2 years. Yes, sir, Rich.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amending motion to change the number of 3 years to 2 years.
Legally, we take a vote on mine if it fails.
We go to the amending, unless Matthew, you say different.
No?
So, yeah, if you've got the amending motion, and we ran into this once before, the prior iteration of the board, you can always, any board member that can get a second can get a vote on their motion when they want to do it.
I'd like to take a vote on my motion.
The order that you do it in is covered by the Roberts Rules of Orders. So you could do one on an amended for the two, but there's nothing that's then going to stop from coming back and reconsidering a motion that would have the 3 in there as well.
So the bottom line is, can he make the amendment now?
He can, but then she's still going to get a vote on her
I would
motion.
like a vote on my motion.
Did you want to make your amendment?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Any other discussion? Yes, Wendy?
Make sure that it's. Oh. Okay, great, thank you. I too share the same concern that the chairman spoke about, and it's not just lower income houses that we saw in this last year that saw a reduction in their values. It's $500,000 houses that saw a reduction in their value, and so in extending a 3-year reappraisal plan does concern me, because a $500,000 house does not scream to me low income. So there are a lot of houses that would fall into that area, and so it does concern me moving out to that extreme number. I could consider a 2-year plan because this last year we did have 40% of the homes that did lower in value, and some of those are $500,000 houses. So it does concern me in tying us into that time frame for many different aspects, and I won't use your time nor the board's time in going into all of the reasons, and my board members would appreciate that. So I can support a 2-year time frame for many reasons, including $500,000 houses going down in value.
All due respect, we were just
Wait a minute,
recently
Kelly, I'm sorry.
elected on
Just a second.
these desires.
Just say I'll call on you. Is there any other discussion? Yes, sir, Matt.
Tax code 2518 is very clear that a 3-year appraisal cycle is allowable. There's no issues with it legally. It's a 3-year cycle is what's allowable. I think it's wise to have our appraisal district focus on accurate and timely appraisals for just 1/3 of the accounts each year. It'll allow more focus and I think a better result.
Callie.
I'm just wanting to express the desires of the people, and I would just like to try and have a vote on my motion.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
I would just like to have a vote on the motion. She was saying that she would rather 2 years, and I appreciate that, but I'm trying to
We're just in
deliver on
discussion
what-
at this point.
Right,
so-
well, I'm just trying to deliver on what the people desire. I mean, we've got a ton of emails, we've got a lot of discussion, and that's why we ran on what we ran on, is because this is what the people want. The system's broken, and we're trying to help find solutions.
Joe, I'm sorry, Gary.
I think I understand what's happening, but I'll see if I can try to summarize. First question I might have is, and this is, I guess, back to you, Kelly. This is on residential properties only, correct?
Correct.
Would that include landlords that own rental properties?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's a residential property,
Okay.
yes.
All right. The second part of this is that I think we need to be, as a board, able to do the right thing. The right thing, to me, because I'm not owing anybody anything, is to not be too concerned about what I ran on or didn't run on. And the reason why I say that is because I want to get something done. But I want the right thing to be done. And if the,
Excuse me, audience, if y'all would please restrain from making comments, we appreciate that. Thank you.
3 years sounds good in its own right. 2 years might be more practical. But in any case, I want to do the right thing, and I will so do that with my vote.
Joe, now I am going to call on you to just give us the pros and cons. If you want to bring up 1 year, fine, but particularly 2 and 3 years.
Typically, across the state, we reappraise every year because the tax code states that we have to be at market value on January 1st. It does also kind of contradict that with the reappraisal plan, because we can implement a 3-year reappraisal plan. But the main issue on implementing a 3-year is, Mr. Crouch, I think, gave us kind of an example in his handout. But essentially, if we're on a 2-year property value study cycle with a 3-year reappraisal plan, we're going to get off sync, and there is a chance if the market is moving like it has in the last 5 to 10 years, we're going to get out of sync, and we will eventually fail the property value study.
Out of sync with what?
With the property value study. But there are grace periods, and so we could potentially rectify that by the time before the school loses money. And so there are avenues to kind of correct some of this stuff if we go on a 3-year plan. But it does put the schools at greater risk on a 3-year plan. Myself and the staff, we'd prefer a 2-year synchronized with the PVS just to be on the safest approach. That's just our opinion.
Yes, Gloria.
Well, we keep hearing that if we go to a longer term of doing this plan, that it will help the taxpayers. But in reality, what happens is, and I heard this comment made, the school districts will lose money So let the school districts raise their taxes. Because the taxes have to come from somewhere in order for our community to function. So if we raise it to 3 years, okay, the property owners may get a break initially, because then the school districts, which are your highest taxing entity, will then raise their taxes. So then, right now, their taxes are the highest already. So one way or the other, the money has to come from somewhere. What's reasonable, in my opinion, is to go to the 2-year. And then if we do the 2-year, in essence, if some of these other items on this agenda get approved, it's gonna be a 3-year. It ends up being 3 years. So I can support the 2-year, I cannot support the 3-year.
Rich.
So this is a kind of complicated issue. I like 3 years. I'm okay with 2 years too. And the main reason is if you look in the future, any board in the future can change this on a vote. So it's a matter of diligence to keep a board here that will keep this going anyway. It's been mentioned, and Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if it was really clear, there are 2 studies that are done in every district around the state. 1 year, the comptroller looks and does a property value survey. And then the next year, they don't do a property value survey, they do a
Method and procedure.
method and procedures study. And we have to pass both of them. All districts are held to that account. When you're alternating years like that, school funding, which comes from the state, is at risk if you fail your PVS. There's a grace period, and things really do extend this out several years no matter which way we go here. But the point is that as we're looking at several aspects of this, including we're getting ready to have a new software. I've been on this board for almost 5 years. I am so excited that we're going to replace this failed system that we have. And the chief appraiser and his staff are doing an excellent job managing all this. Most people in this audience are going to know that we had a ransomware attack a few months ago. He has not even been here 6 months. And he's been through a ransomware attack, and we're authorizing all kinds of new equipment. We've got equipment in the bank that we've got here that's been outdated probably more than a decade, probably 20 years in some cases. Unbelievable state that the system was in. So at the same time that we're implementing hardware and software and looking forward, I can tell you from experts that I've talked to, both at TAD but also out in private industry, I'm expecting next year to be very flat for residential values. So I think it almost doesn't matter what we do today, because at least for 2025, the values are going to probably be, generally speaking, pretty flat. And I think that's a perfect time to give the staff just a little more room to implement software and get training done and get the bugs worked out and all of that. So there are other reasons for this, but at this point, I think the economic cycle is sort of working with us. And I think we're going to be okay whether we go with 2 or 3 years. I'm comfortable with both. I do think, well, I'll make a motion in a minute if I need to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I will echo, I think it's clear that change needs to occur here. And the discussion is really about 2 or 3 years. I think at this point my preference is for 2, but I can support either ultimately.
Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All those, I'm going to do this by hand-raising vote, so be sure we understand who's voting for what. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those that oppose this motion, raise your hand. So motion does not pass. Do I have anything else?
I don't have the wording in front of me, but I would make a motion of the same thing for 2 years, if that's acceptable as a motion.
Matthew, you okay with that?
Yeah, assuming that that Ms. Waddell can remember what the other motion was when she does the minutes and substitute 2 years for 3 years, that will be sufficient.
Yes,
So.
to direct the chief appraiser to prepare with his designees a reappraisal plan on the frequency of residential staff, including landlord rentals, every 2 years of appraising properties within the parameters allowed by state law.
She's so good. All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second over here. Discussion. Yes, sir.
The fact that we are where we are is a good thing. I don't know what all the promises were that were made or the slate and all the things that went on there. I purposely stayed out of that. But I got to tell you that these 3 board members have carried the water very, very quickly. And I commend them for doing that, because those of you that know me know that I've been complaining for almost 10 years about this system and how bad it is. And to give a break to the taxpayers is very much in order. So I thank the 3 members with the bottom of my heart.
All right, any further discussion on the motion in the second?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add one thing here. I think 2 years is actually best for another reason, and that is, while I'm predicting values to be flat, they may actually go down. And in that case, who's not going to want the reappraisal done at that point? And what this will do, I think it gives us the same calendar moving forward. And just like Mr. Lasada, I definitely commend the new board members, the decorum and the attitude and the energy and the wisdom and the smarts they're bringing. They're thoroughly engaged in the process, and I really thank them for their direction on this. I think this is probably a better vote, because I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 months, and we've gone from a rapidly increasing valued market to one that's going to be flat, and that delta is pretty big for a 1-year cycle. So I don't know where we're going to end up before this is all over with, and I think it's good to kind of keep an appraisal on the table in 2 years.
All right, unless there's any further discussion and call for a vote, we'll do it by hand raise. Was there any, I hear something? No. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All those that oppose? All right. So moved.
All right, item 10D.
Let me go ahead and introduce it, please. Item 10D. Discuss and take possible action to freeze residential property values for tax year 2025 at the current property values, except for new construction. Matt, would you please make your comments?
I move to direct the chief appraiser to prepare a reappraisal plan that will not reappraise residential property values in 2025, except for new improvements and new construction.
I'll second.
All right, discussion. Yes, sir, Gary.
I'm not sure I understand the motion. Does this mean that you asked the district to reappraise and not increase the values for 2025? Is that for market value, or is that for appraised value?
For market value.
Okay, just wanted to get that clear.
Would that need to be clarified in the motion?
The only thing I can affect,
Is market value?
the only thing I can affect is market value. The rest is formula, essentially.
And then, so once again, if, any other discussion? So once again, if I understand it correctly, if we freeze it, that means that if a property value goes down, it's frozen at the current rate. Is that a correct statement?
It can,
I'm sorry, what's the word, not freeze? Reappraise. That if we don't reappraise for 2025, if the market goes down for a portion of the market of residents, then they're at what they were.
If we don't reappraise, all the values, well, at least all the residential values would roll forward to the next year.
So if it goes
Unless
down,
we-
they
Yes,
get
sir.
the higher, the current rate.
Yes, sir. If the market were to actually decline, we wouldn't lower it, except during ARB process.
Gary?
Now, that was the proviso that he added at the end through the ARB process. There is nothing to prohibit somebody who had their values drop beyond the rollover to protest and still be heard.
How would they know their values drop?
You'd have to ask the chief appraiser, because I think his requirements are only, what is it, $1,000 increase for notification?
Yes, sir. If we were to roll the values from 24 to 25, we wouldn't mail appraisal notices. And so unless they keep track of the appraisal market on their own, they wouldn't really know. And we wouldn't have calculated it.
Can he reread it, his motion?
Yeah, could you reread your motion, please?
I move to direct the chief appraiser to prepare a reappraisal plan that will not reappraise residential property values in 2025 except for new improvements and new construction.
That doesn't mention the ARB part.
No, but that's just.
That's just a fact. Any other comment or discussion? Kelly seconded, I believe, right?
I seconded it.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. All right, item 10E. Discuss and take possible action regarding an appraisal district policy that sets the appraisal caps or thresholds of 5% on properties, absent clear and convincing evidence or other possible limitations for tax year 2026 and subsequent years. Anybody want?
You ready for it? Okay, I move to direct the chief appraiser to prepare a reappraisal plan that requires him and his designees employed by the appraisal district to obtain and rely on clear and convincing evidence of the market value of a residentially coded property whose market value is increased above a threshold level of 5% or more than the market value as determined in the prior year's appraisal roll.
Second.
All right, discussion. Gary?
And I'm not really good at listening sometimes, but did that did your motion say anything as to when this would commence? Would it be in 26 or 25?
The motion didn't state.
Yeah. When would this start?
Well, just, the next time he does appraisals, which would be if we freeze next year.
Matthew, is that clear?
Yeah, I mean, y'all are going to be adopting sometime before September 15th, the 25-26 reappraisal plan. So if it is something to go into the 25-26 reappraisal plan, it would apply for 25 and 26. But if there's not going to be a reappraisal for 25 based on the prior motion that was made, it really will not have a real impact until 2026.
So just basically to be included in the appraisal plan that we're about to write up for, that's.
Yeah, but it has no impact in 25.
Okay, but, that's fine, I just want to have
Okay.
this moving forward.
No problem.
Any other discussion? Could you read that one more time, please?
Sure.
I love hearing you read.
Okay. I move to direct the chief appraiser to prepare a reappraisal plan that requires him and his designees employed by the appraisal district to obtain and rely on clear and convincing evidence of the market value of a residentially coded property whose market value is increased above a threshold level of 5% more than the market value as determined in the prior year's appraisal roll.
I'll second it again.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If
Mr.
not-
Chairman, this may be a good time for me to say, again, I've pointed this out. Gary Lasada and I served on this board before together up to 2 years ago. And so we both got years of experience dealing with concerns and issues when, frankly, most of the board didn't seem, in my opinion, very interested in addressing those. And what's happened is we have, I think, to a person, a board that is totally engaged. I have used the phrase coffee and donut board before I think sometimes these boards are approached where you eat the donuts and drink the coffee and slap everybody on the back and tell them whether they're doing a great job, whether they are or not. And that's not this board. We are making huge changes. The 3 new board members are bringing some game, and I'm just floored and impressed with everybody. So I'm going to vote for this, and that comment really is directed to indicate my support for this item E.
I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to bring up something that was, I'm going to call on one of our members to address something that was mentioned in the public comments. And so, Gary, I'm going to call upon you, and first of all, to give us a little report on your ARB committee and any comments you have on that.
The chairman, Mr. Puente, and I don't remember when, might have been 2 months ago, opted to start a committee to review and present to the board candidates for the Appraisal Review Board. It was a little slow getting off the ground because I had some personal health issues, which are past me now, I think. And so we did have our first meeting last week. All of the committee members that I asked to serve on this particular committee were present except for one, and had a very, very robust meeting, I might add. And it was very positive. It was informative, and there's a lot of ideas floating around in this committee, which is great. But I want to make it perfectly clear, there are no openings for this committee. There are no openings for this board of directors. The only thing we will be doing is making a recommendation to this board on candidates that we will at some time in the future interview. And what I encourage, if anybody is so disposed to want to serve on the ARB, to get your resume in, fill out the application, and present it to our liaison officer, who will have to do some vetting according to state property tax code laws, and then they will be submitted to us as we move forward. I don't have specific items beyond that at this time.
All right. And just to kind of repeat what he said, this committee is formed to vet, to do a second vetting, if you will, to present to this board, and it's still up to the board to decide who will be on that board. But y'all are not doing personal interviews or taking applications. That's funneled through the liaison officer, correct?
Not exactly.
Oh, well, good thing I said it then.
Yeah, we will be doing personal interviews. The committee has.
After it goes past the liaison then?
Yes.
Okay, so first liaison officer.
Correct.
Don't submit directly to you, submit to them.
Yeah,
That's
I
all I'm getting at.
don't pass anything to me, but, or committee, other than as a pass-through to the liaison officer. And then we will get together. We're still trying to decide whether we're going to do group interviews or individual interviews. That's still on the table, but it's been discussed. So yes, we will do the second set of interviews and then recommend to this board.
I want to thank you for forming that committee. I know it's extra work. We'll double your pay if that helps any.
I appreciate that.
But again, it is work, and it creates additional meetings. You have to recruit the people, et cetera. And Alan, I want to thank you too. You formed a great IT committee, engaged a lot of important people, and it made our decisions easier as far as moving forward. So thank you very much for doing that. To the board, I want to request that you submit agenda items by email to the chairman and to the chief appraisal officer no later than 8 days prior to the next called meeting. That gives us the proper time to create the draft, the processing, pass it by the board for their comment, and get it published on time. So I just want to help that communication out. Again, if you just send your request to us too, we will get that handled. And again, we'd ask for 8 days would be ideal. That usually gives us a weekend, et cetera, to work with it. Next Tarrant Appraisal District Board meeting will be held at 8 a.m. Friday, August 9th at the Tarrant Appraisal District offices. We're back home again, which is at 2500 Anthony Eaterville Road in Fort Worth, Texas. Do I have a motion? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to meet this is, I think, 2.5 weeks from now. There are some things that are going to take a little time for staff that I wonder if we want to postpone that meeting a week, maybe, or.
We'll take that in consideration, okay? I'll
Very good.
talk to these guys. Did you have some, sir? Okay. Submit it by email, but go ahead and say it.
I'll say it right now, and that will more than satisfy your time requirement. So I think TAD has come a long way in improving. But I also think one of the hallmarks of good governance is open and transparent governance. And to that end, I'm requesting a future agenda item for potential action that TAD review the steps necessary for TAD to become compliant with the Texas Comptroller's Transparency Star program.
No, I asked for it to be on the agenda as well. Should I say it in there?
Okay.
I'll be the second board member that requests that as well.
All right. Anything else? Do I have a motion to call this meeting to an end, close it?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you, audience. We appreciate your time. Actually, audience, I got one thing. The security also asked that you not come up to the podium, that we'll be stepping out that way if you want to talk to us, but that'd be best. Thank you very much.